Two, 1 2, 1 2. 2, 1.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'd like to thank our audience members as well as the members of the public for their patience as we deal with certain issues in the morning. Welcome to the second leg of the inquiry, the first day of the inquiry. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Commissioner Sandra Magwasha. I am the chairperson of the inquiry. To my right, I'm joined by Commissioner Noma Hlubi Kwinana, who is my fellow panelist. To my left, I must remember that I'm joined by Commissioner Ntuli, Pilile Ntuli. Apologies for forgetting that you have a first name. I usually refer to them as Commissioner and then the surname. So thank you so much for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, as we observe the second leg of the inquiry, we do not do this in a country that is not facing turmoil. I would like to observe a moment of silence as we recognize those who are displaced as a result of the anti-migrant sentiments, observe those who are women who are facing gender-based violence, but note the importance that the Commission has always said we need to adhere to the rule of law. So as we stand and observe a moment of silence, can we note that the Human Rights Commission has always said no to xenophobia and no to anti-migrant sentiments. Ladies and gentlemen, as we stand. Thank you. Just a brief recap of the first leg of the inquiry. During the first leg of the inquiry, the Human Rights Commission heard from public interest organizations, members of the communities who were affected by the food system, as well as issues about food insecurity in South Africa. We heard from government departments in terms of the interventions that they were putting in place. We then, due to a number of stakeholders, private companies that have been mentioned by not only public interest organizations, but also the respective departments, the panel, as well as the Commission, took a decision to hold the second leg of the inquiry, noting the importance of ensuring that those who have a role to play in the food systems are able to, one, before the public, make oral submissions, two, are able to assist the Commission in finalizing the report, as well as providing the Commission with the way forward. This is why we call it the second leg of the inquiry. So today we'll be starting with the program. In terms of the program, just apologize, I'm just looking at the program. The first, in terms of the program, the first speakers on the program or stakeholders that we're supposed to have is the BASF. We unfortunately received communication from them on Friday stating that they will not be able to provide inputs to the Commission. The Commission is disappointed that a key stakeholder in the food systems is unable to appear before the Commission despite written letters that we sent out on the 9th of June, and they're unable to provide us with those inputs. The panel will, by Friday, announce the steps that we may take in terms of these stakeholders, as well as the possible investigations we may hold. It is important as a Chapter 9 institution with a constitutional mandate to have all stakeholders assist us, especially with this important question where we have thousands of South Africans, despite South Africa having sufficient food resources, having South Africans and children dying of malnutrition, stunting, and hunger due to food insecurities, as well as the food systems that we find ourselves observing. In terms of the second stakeholder, which is Bayer, Bayer has asked that they be provided with time to prepare for the oral submissions to the Commission. They will be appearing during the course of this week, and we also note that this was communicated a bit late to the Commission. In terms of the agenda, we had to have the next institution, which was also stating that on Friday gave us communication that they will be relying on the written submissions. I will ask the evidence leaders to read out the statements of Geta in terms of the process. We will then provide them with written submissions. But again, the Commission will also, through the panel, make decisions in terms, or announce decisions in terms of what the steps we'll be taking. May I ask the evidence leaders who have prepared for this particular stakeholder to then proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. If we can just have a moment, please. We're still trying to access the submissions, but we are struggling due to internet connectivity. Thanks.
May I just ask, do you have internet or is it slow? Can I ask
We
the
are
Human
not
Rights
connected.
Can I just ask the Human Rights Commission to assist us in terms of IT? Can we just assist all the evidence leaders instead of just one particular evidence leader so that we don't have to? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. And just to confirm for the record, you've requested that we read in the submissions of Syngenta. All right. Thank you, commissioners and Commissioner and other members of the panel. On the 30th of June 2026, the South African Human Rights Commission received submissions on behalf of Syngenta from their chosen legal representatives, FASCN. And the submissions were addressed to the chairperson of the panel, Advocate Commissioner Sandra Makwasha. And it reads as follows for the record. Dear Ms. Makwasha, paragraph 1, refer to your email dated 19 June 2026 and your letter dated 30 June 2026. We thank the South African Human Rights Commission for providing Syngenta with an indulgence to only submit its written submissions today to 30 June 2026. We enclose herewith as Annexure A, Syngenta's written submissions in response to the issues raised by the Commission in its letter of 11 June 2026. We have been instructed by Syngenta to represent it in all matters arising from the national inquiry into the food systems of South Africa. Accordingly, we respectively fully request that all future correspondence, responses, follow-up questions, or requests for information notices or any other communication directed to Syngenta in connection with the inquiry must be addressed to us using the details set out above. In accordance with your letter dated 30 June 2026, Syngenta identifies and marks the information contained in the enclosed table marked Annexure B as confidential. The identified information contains commercially sensitive, confidential, and proprietary information which is not in the public domain. The Commission should treat all the information set out in the enclosed table marked Annexure B as confidential for the reasons set out in the table. The Commission is requested not to make the information publicly available or available to third parties. Should the Commission wish to publish Syngenta's written submission, it should at least redact the information set out in the table from any publication of the written submission. They then proceeded to attach a redacted written submissions as Annexure C. Syngenta's classification of the information in the table is consistent with its established practice in other regulatory proceedings where regulators have complied with their public law duties relating to confidentiality. Syngenta makes and submits its written submissions to the issues identified by the Commission on condition that the confidentiality of the information identified in the table is preserved in accordance with Syngenta's position above. We are instructed to inform the Commission that Syngenta is not available to appear before the inquiry for the purpose of oral submissions during the second phase of hearings scheduled for 6 to 10 July 2026. We regret any inconvenience this may cause and wish to assure the Commission that this position does not reflect any lack of respect for the Commission's mandate or the importance of the inquiry. Notwithstanding the above, Syngenta remains fully willing to engage with the Commission in writing. Should the Commission have any questions arising from the submissions, require clarification on any point, or wish to submit further written questions, we invite the Commission to direct those to us and will ensure that Syngenta responds promptly and substantively. We trust that Syngenta's written submissions provide the Commission with a thorough and candid account of Syngenta's role in the South African food system and its commitment to responsible business conduct. We remain available to assist the Commission with any procedural or substantive matters arising from the above. Now, Commissioner, with your permission, I will then move on to read the substantive submission into the record, noting, Commissioner, the request around confidentiality, in that the panel is yet to make a determination on that, on the request around confidentiality. I request that for the current purposes, I only read the redacted version of the submissions, which is the Annexure C. And of course, in due course, should the panel determine that the request around confidentiality is not substantiated, the panel may direct any further publication of the redacted portions of the submissions.
You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Mulombo.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Now I'm proceeding the redacted written submissions, Commissioner. They are, as I've indicated, Annexure C of the letter that I've just read into the record. and they are also dated 30 June 2026. And once again, they are addressed to Advocate Sandra Makwasha in her capacity as the chairperson of the inquiry. It reads, for the record, dear Commissioner Makwasha, Syngenta South Africa welcomes the opportunity to contribute to the South African Human Rights Commission's national inquiry into the food systems of South Africa. As a South African incorporated company, we recognize the Commission's concern regarding food insecurity, malnutrition, and the structural barriers that prevent millions of South Africans from accessing sufficient nutritious food. Syngenta is an agricultural technology company, and its main purpose is to offer breakthrough scientific solutions to South African producers or growers through agricultural innovation. In South Africa, we operate as a supplier of crop protection products, field crop and vegetable seeds, and digital agricultural tools, and perform a research and development function in relation to field crop and vegetable seeds. Syngenta's core business supports producers and growers with technologies, knowledge, and services so that they can substantially provide the world with better food, feed, fiber, and fuel. Syngenta operates upstream in the food value chain. Syngenta's strategy en route to market target large-scale commercial producers and growers, improving productivity, input efficiency, safety, and sustainability of these large-scale commercial producers or growers. Our response to the Commission's questions in Annex A of the Commission's letter dated 11 June are set out below. In response to the first question that was put, and the question was, would you agree that your organization has a responsibility to support the constitutional right of all people of South Africa to have access to sufficient food? If yes, how is this responsibility reflected in your policies and operational practices? In response, Syngenta submits that it understands that private sector actors, including agricultural upstream input companies such as Syngenta, have a shared responsibility in supporting the realization of the constitutional right to food, which for a company in our position means avoiding business practices that undermine food security and contributing positively through our products, services, and operational conduct. We also recognize that private sector, as a social partner, has a broader role to play as part of a systemic approach to food security, and we are committed to conducting our business in a manner consistent with this approach. This approach is embedded in our global good growth plan and our local operational practices. Our ambition is to contribute to improving food security in an environmentally sustainable way for an increasingly populous world by creating a step change in farm productivity. In South Africa, this translates into providing producers, growers, with access to improved seed varieties, crop protection products, and digital agronomic tools that may help raise yields and reduce crop losses. Investing in agronomic training and technical support. Upholding responsible business practices aligned with the UN guidelines principles on business and human rights. We acknowledge that access to sufficient food for all South African requires the entire value chain, from input suppliers to processors and retailers, as well as policymakers and regulators, to operate in a manner that does not detract from food security. Responding to the second question that was asked, which is, what role does your organization play in ensuring that South Africa's food system delivers affordable, nutritious food to all, but especially to low-income consumers? In response, they state, As mentioned, Sagenta's role in the food system is upstream. We provide producers or growers with the crop protection products and digital agricultural tools and research and development in relation to field, crop and vegetable seeds that enable producers, growers to increase yields more efficiently and with a lower environmental footprint. Crop protection products are an essential component of food security. Without effective management of pests, weeds, and diseases, yield losses in South Africa will be severe. Studies consistently show that unprotected crops can lose 30 to 40% of potential yield to these threats. By protecting yields, our products directly contribute to increasing food availability and price stability. The leverage effect is significant. A small investment in crop protection can protect a much larger portion of producers' or growers' crop value and by extension maintain supply volumes that moderate consumer prices. We also invest in digitally enabled advisory services that help producers or growers optimize input use, reducing waste and costs while maintaining or improving yields. Syngenta believes in building South Africa's own food security as a nation through strengthening its commercial farming network. Now moving on to the third question that was asked of Syngenta. South Africa faces undernutrition as well as rising rates of obesity and diet-related diseases. How does your organization consider these dual challenges when designing product ranges, sourcing decisions, or pricing strategies? In response, Syngenta stated as follows. Syngenta operates primarily as an agricultural input supplier to producers and growers and does not market or sell food products directly to consumers. Syngenta is not a food manufacturer. Our field crop and vegetable seeds research and development business actively develops varieties with improved profiles and longer shelf lives, which supports dietary diversity. Syngenta's breeding programs are focused on attending the market's need for quality in the food chain. In South Africa, we believe that supporting the availability of a broad range of fresh produce, including vegetables, fruit, and legumes, contributes to healthier dietary patterns. Our crop protection products protect fresh produce from spoilage and reduce post-harvest losses. Now moving on to the fourth question. What steps is your organization taking to help consumers identify and switch to healthier food options, particularly for those who have limited resources or access to nutrition information? In response, Syngenta states that as an upstream agricultural input supplier, its primary influence on diet is through what is produced by producers or growers, not what is marketed to consumers by retailers. We do not market food or food options to consumers and accordingly do not influence what consumers buy. That said, we contribute to healthier food availability by supporting producers or growers, training on best practices for growing high nutrition crops, including leafy vegetables, legumes, and root crops, partnering with extension services and agricultural NGOs to increase the productive capacity of community gardens, including schools and emerging producers or growers who supply local food markets and facilitate feeding schemes at various schools. So allow me, Commissioner, please to repeat that. It says they partner with extension services and agricultural NGOs to increase the productive capacity of community gardens, including schools and emerging producers or growers who supply local food markets and facilitate feeding schemes at various schools. 3, they supporting the efforts of health authorities and civil society organizations in promoting food literacy as a complementary partner. Now coming to the 5th question that was put to them, which is the HPL reduced sugar consumption through beverages by 33% in 2 years with no evidence of job losses. What was your organization's position with respect to the HPLs? Will your organization now publicly support the HPL and its extension to 100% fruit juices, sweetened dairy drinks, and other high sugar products? In response, Syngenta states that it is an agricultural input company and was not a direct stakeholder in the HPL debate, which primarily concerns food and beverage manufacturers. Accordingly, we did not take a formal position on the HPL at the time of its introduction. The 6th question was, what systems or protocols are in place within your organization to minimize food loss and waste throughout the food value chain, and to redistribute edible surplus food to communities or organizations addressing food insecurity? In response, they state that as an upstream agricultural input supplier, we do not play any role in food redistribution. However, reducing food loss is central to our business. Syngenta's crop protection and seed technologies directly address pre-harvest and post-harvest food loss. 1, our treatment technologies protect crops from soil-borne diseases and early season pests, improving stand establishment and reducing crop mortality before harvest. Our fungicide and post-harvest product range protect fresh produce from spoilage, extend marketable life, and reduce wastage in the supply chain. We aim to develop field crop and vegetable varieties with improved shelf life and handling characteristics which reduce post-harvest losses. The 7th question was, your sector is highly concentrated globally. What market share do you hold in South Africa? And how does this concentration affect input pricing for farmers? In response, they state that we operate in more than one sector. The global crop protection industry is a competitive market with a limited number of major multinational players. In South Africa, the market includes Syngenta, Bayer, Corteva, BASF, FMC, and a growing number of generic manufacturers. The latter segment has grown significantly and is now dominant in the market and now provides substantial competition or competitive pressure on pricing. The non-generic manufacturers, including Syngenta, accordingly hold a minority market share. We note, however, that the South African crop protection market is served by numerous competitors, including generic and off-patent product suppliers, which limits the ability of any single company to control pricing. Our products reach the market through independent distributors and agricultural retailers who are free to set their own resale prices, and this introduces additional competitive pricing dynamics. With more than 60 registered international and domestic suppliers operating in the market, the entry of additional players has intensified competition significantly. We support transparent market functioning and competitive procurement environments that keep input costs accessible for producers or growers of all scales. The 8th question, I will read the question, Commissioner, into the record, but the response is wholly redacted. The question was, to what extent do your pricing models track global commodity speculation rather than local affordability realities? And they have redacted the response, which I will not read then for the reasons I had indicated. Now moving to the 9th question, what safeguards exist to prevent exploitative pricing of seeds, fertilizers, and chemicals, especially for smallholder farmers? In response, they've indicated that Syngenta believes in strengthening South Africa's food security as a nation. As a company, Syngenta realizes this vision by strengthening and supporting South Africa's commercial farming network. Syngenta's marketing drive and product packaging are designed for large-scale commercial farming operations. Our offering is designed to be used on a large scale and in the context of specific technologies and farming methods suitable for large-scale farming. This question is accordingly not relevant to Syngenta's business model. However, Syngenta is aware that certain of its large-scale customers provide smallholder farmers with cost-effective ways of access and utilization of Syngenta's products. By way of example, we sell our vegetable seeds to large-scale commercial nurseries who sow seeds in large quantities and make seedlings and plants to be sold to smallholder farmers at competitive prices. In the context of Syngenta's business model, Syngenta applies a number of safeguards to ensure responsible pricing. One, competition law compliance. We operate strictly within the framework of South Africa's Competition Act and do not engage in price fixing, market allocation, or other anti-competitive conduct. 2, we offer a range of products across different price tiers, including cost-effective solutions for budget-constrained producers or growers, alongside premium innovation products. Lastly, prices are published through our distribution network and are subject to market competition. Question number 10. Do your seed technologies, e.g., patented or hybrid seed, lock farmers into repeat purchasing cycles? How does this align with the right to food? In response, they indicate that our hybrid seed technologies do not lock farmers into repeat purchasing cycles. Producers or growers may elect to purchase open pollinated variety of seeds or hybrid seeds in each season, irrespective of what was used or purchased during the previous season. The nature of hybrid seeds means that safe seed from a hybrid crop will not reproduce the parent's performance characteristics. This is a biological property, not a contractual restriction. It is interesting to note that at present, more than 90% of the hectareage under Syngenta's crop field seed is open pollinated. Hybrid seed technology is a significant driver of agricultural productivity. Producers or growers choose hybrid seeds because the yield advantage is commercially compelling, and they will continue to do so to maintain the desired yield. Seed innovation, when accessible, is one of the most powerful tools for improving food security. We are committed to ensuring the benefits of this innovation reach producers or growers at all scales. Question number 11. Will you support price regulation or transparency requirements for critical agricultural inputs in South Africa? In reply, Syngenta states that it supports transparency in agricultural input markets. We believe that well-informed producers or growers, competitive markets, and accessible information are the most effective tools for ensuring fair pricing. We support the transparent pricing through distributor and retail networks, the monitoring role of the Competition Commission in agricultural input markets. Our price regulation specifically, on price regulation specifically, we caution that price control on input, if set below cost recovery levels, risks reducing private sector investment in innovation and supply security. Outcomes that will ultimately harm producers or growers and food security. However, in the case of wheat production, we would welcome engagement on appropriate policy support for local wheat competitiveness. South Africa currently imports more than 50% of its needs, and the trend is for lower acreage and lower margin for this crop. Ensuring self-sufficiency in this critical crop may be an important strategic consideration for South Africa. Question number 12. Do you accept that the right to food imposes a direct obligation on private actors, not only the state? In response, they state that the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights establish a clear framework. States have the duty to protect human rights. Business have the responsibility to respect human rights, and both have roles in providing remedies where rights are violated. In the South African context, it presently requires not undermining the access to sufficient food. For Syngenta, this means 1, ensuring our products are safe; 2, avoiding business practices that undermine food security or producers or growers' livelihoods; 3, contributing positively through innovation, training, and investment in agricultural productivity. Question number 13. How does your business model account for the fact that millions cannot afford a basic, nutritious diet? Syngenta states that it is an upstream agricultural input supplier. Its products and services are intended to help producers or growers produce more food, thereby increasing supply and reducing the price of stable commodities. Our business model is built on enabling and increasing efficient productivity. A producer or grower who achieves higher yields with fewer input produces more food more cheaply, which ultimately benefits consumers through lower market prices. The inverse is also true. When crop protection is unavailable or unaffordable, yields fall, supply decreases, and food prices rise. We see our role as being part of a system-wide initiative that extend the reach of productive agricultural that extend the reach of productive agriculture to resource constrained producers or growers and communities. Question number 14, where there is a conflict between profit maximization and food affordability, which should prevail? In response, they state that we do not view profit and food affordability as inherently conflicting objectives. Sustained profitability is what enables Syngenta to invest in the R&D, supply chains, and local infrastructure that ultimately deliver better and more affordable agricultural solutions. A company that is not financially viable cannot continue to contribute to, among other things, food security. However, we accept that there are limits. Business conduct that exploits market concentration, restricts access to essential technologies, or pursues short-term profit at the expense of producers or growers or consumer welfare is incompatible with our values and with responsible business practices. The rest of the response is redacted for record purposes. Question number 15, which is the last question. What binding, time-bound commitments are you willing to make to this commission? In response, Syngenta states that it is willing to make the following commitments to the commission. 1, further written submissions as they may be required. They indicate that we confirm our willingness to engage further with the commission through written submissions within the scope of this inquiry. In this regard, we commit to provide the commission with further written submissions in response to any follow-up questions that the commission may have. We do not intend to provide oral submissions at the inquiry during the second phase, 6 to 10 July, as we consider written submissions to be of better value. 2, we commit to continuing constructive engagement with South African regulatory authorities, including the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Competition Commission on input market transparency and producer-grower access. 3, we are committed to continue with our current initiatives to promoting productive capacity of community gardens, access to fresh produce, and promoting food literacy. We are also open to collaborative initiatives with NGOs, food banks, and government programs to ensure that agricultural surpluses reach food insecure communities where our expertise in post-harvest loss reduction and crop preservation may add value. Syngenta South Africa thanks the Commission for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. We remain fully committed to engaging constructively with all stakeholders in this inquiry. Please do not hesitate to contact us should you require clarification. The submission is under the hand of their MD for Syngenta South Africa. You will pardon my pronunciation, but maybe let me mention the abbreviation is L. Henry, because I don't know how to pronounce the name. That is the end of the submission, Commissioner, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the evidence team, and thank you for reading out the submissions provided to the Commission on the 30th of June by the stakeholder. Given the written submissions, as well as the fact that the Commission will be providing written questions to the stakeholder, we will then ensure that on Friday, when we provide a way forward, we communicate this way forward. I then ask the evidence leaders, are there any questions, if you have any, for clarity, or do we then pause and then send that communication?
Yes, Commissioner, we will submit the written submission, the written follow-up questions for consolidation later today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Same will be done by the panel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson of this inquiry, I must convey disappointment in the manner in which this was communicated. It's important when you are a stakeholder and you engage with the public bona fide. And I think it goes to ensuring that we respect the constitutional mandate of the Commission. However, as stated when I opened, that the Commission will be announcing a way forward in respect of this particular stakeholder, but also stakeholders who were supposed to appear today but were unable to do so, or those who were supposed to make submissions but failed to do so. In terms of the program that we have before us, we have we were supposed to have AFGRI before the Commission. Unfortunately, with this particular stakeholder, AFGRI has not, one, submitted any written submission to the Commission, nor have they communicated with the Commission in terms of providing their written submission to the Commission. Again, this is a key and strategic player in the food systems in South Africa. The Commission may take investigative steps and exercise our powers in terms of our constitutional mandate as well as in terms of the Act. We have one stakeholder, Tiger Brands, that are going to appear before us at 1 o'clock, and I'm seeing that it's 11 o'clock, so we have a 2-hour break. So we will then wait for Tiger Brands while we still have deliberations on the way forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much. After our lunch break and brief adjournment early this morning, it is now 1:30. We will then proceed in terms of the program. We have representatives from Tiger Brand who've already taken their seat. Thank you so much. I will then just ask for just brief introductions, and then we'll then proceed in terms of how the inquiry will take place.
Here we go. Right, we've got sound. Chairperson, commissioners, we are very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this important inquiry and this afternoon's proceedings. My name is Werner Oberholzer. I'm Chief Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Officer at Tiger Brands. And joining me in representing our company today is Ms. Lorraine de Graaf, our Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer, Ms. Barati Machlele, our Investor Relations and Business Development Director, Mr. Arthur Ramoroka, our Nutrition Manager, and we are also supported by Ms. Ntokozo Mack, General Counsel for Company Secretary, Regulatory and Compliance, as well as Advocate Josi Monaisa, Group Company Secretary, Regulatory and Compliance Director at Tiger Brands.
Thank you for those brief introductions, Ms. Oberholzer. I just want to ask, will you be the sole presenter, or will each person be representing in terms of the submissions made?
I will be leading the oral submission today in the presentation, but have brought experts in various areas of our business to answer questions where they would be better placed to give the Commission a response. So joining in terms of responses will be Mr. Graaf, Ms. Machlele, and Mr. Ramoroka.
Thank you so much. We will then have to start by swearing you in, and then those who will be providing supporting assistance in terms of the answering of the questions. I therefore ask if you can just stand. No, just yourself first, and then we'll just, as per individual. Yes. Can you just hold the mic close to you?
Good.
Full names for the record.
Werner Maria Oberholzer.
Do you confirm that you have the age to take the prescribed oath?
I am.
Are you going to be taking the oath or the affirmation?
I'm happy to take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the Commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. If you can just pass to the next colleague. We just have a roaming mic that works. Full names for the record.
Lorraine de Graaf.
Mr. Krach, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
The most important question, do you meet the age requirements to be taking that oath?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the Commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Full names for the record.
Barati Patience Machlele.
Mima Khwele, will you be taking the prescribed oath or the affirmation?
The oath?
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you meet the necessary age requirements to also then take the oath?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the Commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth, sir? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Full names for the record. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Full names for the record.
Ngwaku Arthur Ramoroka.
Dr. Ramoroka, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you meet the necessary age requirements to take the oath?
I do.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Duly sworn in. The last is it everyone who's going to be answering the questions. Thank you so much. I'll hand over to you to make the presentation. You have sufficient time, so take as much time as you need for the presentation. I will then hand over to the evidence leaders just to ask clarity-seeking questions and then move to the panel if there are any additional questions from us. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. We do have a presentation. There we go, I can see. Good, so Chairperson, Commissioners, members of the South African Human Rights Commission, and members of the audience here in attendance this afternoon, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important national inquiry into South Africa's food system. We welcome the Commission's focus on food affordability, nutrition, inclusion, and food security. These are challenges that affect millions of South Africans, and they are also issues that Tiger Brands engages with on a daily basis through our operations, our products, partnerships, and our community programs. With today's presentation, we seek to provide a factual overview of our role in the food system, along with the actions we are taking to improve affordability for consumers and the nutrition. We believe a resilient and commercially sustainable food system is essential to advancing the constitutional right of access to food. Our presentation will cover 6 areas. I will give a brief introduction to Tiger Brands and our role in the food system. Secondly, touch on food affordability and some of the realities of food production costs. I'll provide a health and nutrition overview in terms of how we are responding to South Africa's nutritional challenges. Provide an update on the programs or an overview on the programs that we have introduced and that we manage aimed at advancing access to food and strengthening livelihoods. And fifthly, I'll touch on our approach to reducing food waste and loss. Finally, I will leave a few core recommendations on how government, industry, and civil society can work together to build a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food system. Tiger Brands is one of South Africa's largest food manufacturers, and we have been part of South African households for more than a century. We started here in Johannesburg as a business in 1921. We manufacture and market everyday food products across categories that include bread, rice, flour, breakfast cereals, canned foods, condiments, spreads, and beverages, among many others. These are products that millions of South Africans rely on every day. We recognize that too many households face increasing pressure on their disposable income and food security. And this reality shapes our business strategy, and it informs our focus on affordability, nutrition, supply chain resilience, and food security. While our core business is the manufacture and marketing of everyday food products, our role extends beyond manufacturing food alone. We support farmers, suppliers, distributors, retailers, employees, and communities across our value chain, with the goal of creating sustainable value for all our stakeholders while delivering affordable and quality products to consumers. As a company, our corporate purpose is to cultivate and nourish lives every day and every tomorrow. For us, this means that we recognize food not simply as a product that we manufacture, but it is fundamental to health, dignity, well-being, and opportunity. This purpose guides our decisions about how we source, manufacture, distribute, and market our products, as well as how we invest in communities and support livelihoods across our value chains. It also reflects our belief that commercial success and positive social impact are not competing objectives, but mutually reinforcing outcomes. Our portfolio spans 5 broad business segments. The principal staple foods in our product portfolio include bread, rice, cake flour, and peanut butter. Our scale provides us with an opportunity and with the responsibility to continuously improve affordability, to work at improving nutrition and accessibility of our products, while maintaining the highest levels of quality and safety standards for our consumers. The market share information on this slide illustrates our participation in specific categories of the market. Our products reach millions of consumers across multiple food categories, as you can see. And it is precisely because our brands are present in so many households that we place such emphasis on responsible business practices in all aspects of our operations, including our focus on driving affordability and initiatives to improve nutritional outcomes. To understand food affordability, it is important to understand how food prices are formed. Raw materials represent the largest component of the cost base of the many food products we produce. Commodity inputs such as wheat, rice, edible oils, and sugar are affected by global supply and demand dynamics, weather events, exchange rates, and geopolitical developments. Other significant cost components include packaging and those associated with processing and manufacturing. While food manufacturers are very visible participants in the value chain, many of the underlying cost drivers sit outside the direct control of manufacturers and are influenced by global and local market conditions. Our focus, therefore, has been on internal efficiencies and controlling those elements within our influence in order to drive continuous efficiency improvements across all aspects of our business. As you will see from this slide, as part of the company's turnaround strategy, which was introduced in 2024, Tiger Brands has been extremely disciplined in executing a cost leadership program in response to the rising cost pressures. The objective was to improve operational efficiency as a means to mitigate inflationary or cost pressures, ensuring competitiveness while protecting and improving consumer affordability. Through very disciplined implementation of value engineering, manufacturing efficiencies, supply chain optimization, and simplification initiatives in our portfolio, we achieved substantial cost savings. As a result of these efforts, Tiger Brands' basket inflation has lagged broader market inflation during our 2025 financial year and the first half of the 2026 financial year. So as you can see from this graph, at a group level, we delivered price deflation of 1.7% versus prior year for the 6 months that ended on 31 March 2026. This demonstrates that our productivity and efficiency programs are not simply just improving business performance, they're also helping us to moderate price increases that are faced by consumers during a period of significant economic pressure. We recognize and support the importance of improving food affordability. However, we also believe it is important to consider the long-term health of the food production ecosystem. Manufacturing food at scale requires continuous improvement, investment in production facilities, maintenance, food safety systems, logistics infrastructure, innovation, and importantly, agricultural supply chains. Similarly, farmers and suppliers require sufficient returns to continue investing in production and resilience. Therefore, price caps or zero margin rules can weaken the financial viability of manufacturers and their suppliers and may discourage the sustained investment in capacity, infrastructure, and innovation. For this reason, we believe the most sustainable approach is a collaborative and evidence-based one that balances affordability with the long-term viability of food production. A strong food system ultimately depends on strong farmers, resilient supply chains, modern manufacturing capability, sustainability initiatives, and ongoing investment throughout the value chain, including investments in innovation to better meet the needs of diverse consumers. Our sustainable future strategy, which guides our decisions and thinking around long-term sustainability of the business, is built around 3 pillars. The first pillar being health and nutrition, the second, enhanced livelihoods, and the third, environmental stewardship. These pillars recognize that food security requires nutritious food, it requires sustainable supply chains, resilient livelihoods, and responsible stewardship of natural resources. Our strategy is supported by very clear commitments towards 2030, and we report progress on these commitments annually as part of our integrated reporting. We also recognize the importance of sustainable agricultural sourcing. Food security begins long before raw materials enter the factory gate. It starts with farmers and agricultural systems. To strengthen long-term food security, we have developed a sustainable agricultural sourcing framework in 2025 that focuses on improving sustainable sourcing by taking into account climate resilience, quality and safety of agricultural inputs, affordability and continuity of supply. A particular focus area of our framework is supporting the commercial development of emerging farmers through infrastructure investment, technical support and market access, points which I'll respond to later or expand on later in today's presentation. These efforts strengthen local food production capacity while simultaneously creating or contributing to job creation and rural economic development. In line with our sustainable future commitments, we drive a strong localization agenda with 81% of procurement spend during our 2025 financial year directed towards local suppliers. We also have a long-standing commitment to broad-based Black economic empowerment and is a level 1 BBBEE contributor. South Africa faces a very complex nutritional challenge. Undernutrition, micronutrient deficiencies, and obesity coexist within the same food system. We therefore use national health and nutrition indicators to better understand nutritional gaps and identify opportunities where our products and consumer education initiatives can contribute positively. Because our brands are present in millions of households, even a relatively small improvement from a nutritional perspective can have meaningful impact when implemented at scale. Our approach, therefore, seeks to address both immediate nutritional needs and longer-term public health challenges. Our approach to health and nutrition is guided by 3 principles. First, product reformulation to improve nutritional profiles and reduce nutrients of concern, such as sodium, sugar, and saturated fat. Second, micronutrient fortification to address hidden hunger and nutrition deficiencies. And third, transparent labeling that empowers consumers to make informed choices. This work is all guided by our Eat Well, Live Well nutritional standards, developed in partnership with the University of Stellenbosch's Nutrition Information Center. Importantly, our objective is not simply to create healthier products. It is also to make healthier products more accessible through excellent distribution and more affordable for consumers across income groups. We believe informed consumers are empowered consumers, and therefore our efforts extend beyond product reformulation. This includes clear nutrition labeling, consumer education initiatives, healthier product options, and responsible marketing practices. We continue to apply our Eat Well, Live Well, and Be Nutrient-Wise frameworks to support informed decision-making. These appear on pack. We also maintain a responsible marketing policy and participate voluntarily in the Advertising Regulatory Board framework. Together, these initiatives seek to support healthier choices while maintaining consumer trust and transparency. Food security requires both systemic action and targeted support for vulnerable communities. Tiger Brands allocates at least 1.5% of net profit after tax to socioeconomic development programs each year, with a focus on food support, community nutrition, school nutrition, and university nutrition support. Through partnerships with non-profit organizations and communities close to our operations, we provide nutritious food, family food hampers, and structured nutrition support to vulnerable households, including children, families, and the elderly. These programs address immediate food needs while promoting healthy eating practices and strengthening the sustainability of our partner organizations. We also provide emergency food relief in response to climate-related disasters and events and humanitarian disasters, working closely with partners such as Gift of the Givers, relevant government departments, and other stakeholders to distribute food hampers and support affected communities during periods of crisis. In 2025 alone, these food and nutrition support programs reached approximately 71,000 South African beneficiaries, distributed more than 70,000 food hampers, and represented a total investment of close on 20 million rand. Tiger Brands also supports school-based nutrition programs that help learners access adequate nutrition to support their learning, development and well-being. A central component is our support for the Tiger Brands Foundation, an independent public benefit organization that was established in 2009 to advance food security and nutrition at a school level. In partnership with the Department of Basic Education, the foundation supplements the National School Nutrition Program by providing daily in-school breakfast to learners at approximately 90 primary schools across South Africa, supported by school kitchen infrastructure, food handler training, and implementation partnerships. Tiger Brands continues to support the foundation through an annual financial contribution equivalent to approximately 5% of shareholding dividends. Nutrition support through our flagship Plates for Days program focuses on addressing food insecurity at a university level. The program was established in 2017 and addresses food insecurity among students by providing monthly nutrient-dense and fortified food hampers that support their nutritional needs and ability to focus on their studies. As of 2026, Plates for Days supports more than 3,500 students across 7 universities and 10 campuses on a monthly basis, with an annual investment of approximately 14 million rand. An independent social return on investment assessment that was conducted in 2019 found that Plates for Days generated 4.66 rand in social value for every 1 rand invested in the program, demonstrating measurable positive impact in student well-being. Taken together, these programs respond to immediate hunger while also supporting longer-term educational development and community resilience outcomes. Our approach to food security also focuses on strengthening productive capacity in communities and across local agricultural value chains. Through EduPlant and the Khulisani Agriculture Development Program, we support food gardens, agricultural education, emerging farmer development, and more inclusive market participation. EduPlant, delivered in partnership with Food and Trees for Africa, is Tiger Brands' flagship environmental and food security program from a socio-economic development perspective, and is South Africa's largest school greening and food gardening initiative. It currently supports 252 schools through 36 school community-focused food security clusters in under-resourced communities and townships, promoting sustainable food production, environmental stewardship, and practical agricultural skills. A further 730 schools are participating in the current year in the tree planting campaign and will receive fruit and indigenous trees during this program cycle, further extending the program's contribution to household food security, environmental awareness, and livelihood opportunities. The Khulisani Agriculture Development Program complements this work by supporting emerging farmers to overcome barriers to formal market participation, including access to infrastructure, technical support, finance, and consistent offtake and agreements along with food and safety quality standards. The program provides business support, targeted infrastructure investment, and secure market access through formal offtake agreements, helping farmers to build sustainable agricultural enterprises and integrate into our formal value chains. When we launched the program in 2025, we did so with a cohort of 9 farmers who delivered nearly 3,400 tons of tomatoes, created 156 new employment opportunities, and sustained a further 500 jobs in the surrounding communities of Musina. In 2026, we expanded the program to 17 emerging farmers in Limpopo, in the Musina area, which included 10 women farmers. They have planted 74 hectares under tomatoes and are busy harvesting as we speak. In addition to tomato farmers, Tiger Brands also supports emerging wheat, oats, and bitter sorghum farmers through guaranteed market access in the form of offtake agreements, as I've mentioned, along with other support, such as, for example, diesel assistance. All of this contributing to improved productivity and long-term sustainability of their farming operations. Together, through these initiatives, we aim to help build a more resilient food system by strengthening local production, improving food security, and creating opportunities for inclusive economic participation. Food security is also affected not only by how food is produced, by how much, but also by how much is lost or wasted. Tiger Brands is a signatory to the Consumer Goods Council's Food Loss and Waste Voluntary Agreement. We committed to reducing production food waste by 50% against our 2022 baseline and have already achieved this target. We are now in the process of setting a new target for further reductions in line with our commitments to continuous improvement in everything we do. In addition, we also work with Food Forward South Africa and SA Harvest to redirect surplus edible food to organizations serving vulnerable communities. Reducing food waste is one of the most practical opportunities available to improve food system efficiency, affordability and sustainability simultaneously. In closing, we would like to put forward 3 recommendations for attention or consideration. First, creating an enabling environment for affordable food production through reliable infrastructure, efficient logistics systems, and supportive policy frameworks. Secondly, accelerating the meaningful inclusion of emerging farmers, small producers, and small, medium, micro enterprises through access to markets, finance, skill, and technology. Thirdly, reducing food loss and waste through stronger collaboration across government, industry retailers, civil society organizations, and food redistribution programs. No single participant can solve South Africa's food security challenges alone. Meaningful progress will require sustained collaboration across an entire food system. Chairperson and Commissioners, Tiger Brands recognises the importance of the constitutional right of access to sufficient food. We believe our responsibility is to contribute through the areas within our influence, producing affordable and nutritious food, investing in manufacturing capability, supporting farmers and suppliers, strengthening supply chains, reducing waste, and investing in our communities. Our experience shows that affordability, nutrition, economic inclusion, and commercial sustainability are not competing priorities. They are interconnected elements of a resilient food system. We appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this very important inquiry and the conversation around food security in South Africa, and look forward to continued engagement on how we can collectively strengthen South Africa's food system for the benefit of all her citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation as well as the written submissions we received from Tiger Brands. I'm going to hand over to our evidence leaders who will then ask clarity-seeking questions, and I'll hand over to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you also for your detailed submission, your written submission. I'm going to direct my questions to your written submission. I'm going to start with question 19, and the answer that you provided starts by saying Tiger Brands allocates a minimum of 1.5% of its net profit after tax on an annual basis to community development programs. Now, Tiger Brands is a highly profitable company. In the last financial year, Tiger Brands returned about 5.5 billion rand to shareholders, and at the same time invested about 30 million rand in community development, socio-economic development initiatives. So the ratio of capital return to shareholders against the spend on social development or nutrition support programs is about almost 200 to 1. Do you feel, does Tiger Brands consider that this distribution of its financial resources is consistent with its constitutional obligations, and also with your stated commitments to achieving the right to food in South Africa, or supporting it?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the first point I would like to make steps back to the role that we see in terms of the role that we play in the food system, and the steps that we take to improve affordability and nutrition. Correctly, you've pointed out the value that has been returned to shareholders. and the value that we have spent in terms of community development. But what we also need to look at is the economic value realized across the entire value chain, not just what we're investing in our socioeconomic development programs, but the degree to which our local procurement is spent with local companies, enhancing local livelihoods, the contribution in terms of our tax bill. It far extends beyond what we are returning to communities through focused socioeconomic development investment. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Barati as well.
Thank you, Werner, and thank you for the question. In addition to what Werner said in terms of our return to shareholders in last year, I think it's important for the Commission to understand that in our full year 2025, the return to shareholders was an anomaly in that it was as a result of excess capital from the sale of businesses. So to your point, it's not the level of shareholder return that is what you would consider business as usual. So I think that context is quite important for the Commission to understand.
Quick follow-up on that one. So does that mean that in another year you wouldn't be able to support, for example, price caps on essential foods or health promotion levies that would increase the tax taken on your products? Do you feel that your profit margins are not sufficient to tolerate any reduction in your profitability, for example, through a cap on basic food items?
Okay, thank you. You would have seen in our written submissions, so I think it's important for us to understand the entire value chain in terms of how product pricing and the sustainability of the entire food value system. So what we said in our written submissions was that it needs to be balanced so that there are not unnecessary trade-offs that would be to the detriment of consumers.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand how capping prices would be to the detriment of consumers. It would be to the detriment of Tiger Brands' profits to a small extent, but presumably not to a huge extent given the size of your profits even in a normal year, not in a windfall year. If you want to respond, you may.
Thank you. So I think what we put in our written submissions, and maybe I must just clarify, was that any cap in terms of, or any reduction or mandatory reduction in our profitability would need to be carefully balanced to ensure the sustainability of the food value system, the food value chain. So take into consideration the farmers, take into consideration the retailers and us as Tiger Brands. We just meant that throughout the value chain, we just need to make sure that it's a sustainable level such that it doesn't impede continued investment and job creation within the sector. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will move on. The second questions I'd like to ask are around affordability. In your answer to question 1, which is about concentration of power in the food value chain, you write, quote, "At Tiger Brands, driving affordability for consumers is a central pillar of our corporate strategy." It's common cause that in the late 90s and early 2000s, Tiger Brands was engaged in a bread price fixing cartel, which raised the price of bread artificially. I'm not going to retrack that history. We all know that history. But at one point, those 4 companies controlled more than 90% of the wheat flour market and more than 60% of the bread market, companies including Albany. Tiger Brands still today holds about 27% of the bread market through Albany. Does Tiger Brands accept that this market concentration in a staple food is a structural risk to food affordability? And what structural market reforms is Tiger Brands prepared to support in order to reduce that risk of excessive market concentration?
Thank you for that question. I think we are not in a position to answer that within the scope of today's discussion, and we would be very happy to revert with a supplementary response if that is suitable for the Commissioner. think maybe to point out, if we do look at the company's performance, this is a very competitive sector, and what we have sought to achieve in the last 2 years is to improve competitiveness in a way that improves the outcomes for consumers. Better products, better quality, and better management of our internal processes, efficiencies, so that we're able to drive cost pressure down and offer the cost deflation or the price deflation that we have achieved in the last year. So to make sure that competition works for the consumer.
Maybe I could ask the commissioners, are we allowing some written answers to be provided to some of these questions?
As per the practice, we will then allow supplementary submissions to be made, but we will we'll just consider that after everyone's asked their questions.
Thank you for that. I'd like to move on to your response to question 20, which is about the commitments that the company is intending to make in the future. And here you talk about the Eat Well, Live Well campaign that you have. And I'm quoting again. The company's 2030 targets include enabling consumers to improve their health and well-being through the provision of affordable quality nutrition, with a target of 65% of the Tiger Brands food portfolio meeting the company's Eat Well, Live Well nutrition standards for healthier product categories. So Tiger Brands acknowledges that already, at the moment, almost half of its food portfolio fails to meet its own Eat Well, Live Well nutritional standards. And there are many products like Oros, Energade, Beacon confectionery, chocolates and so on, which are widely available, heavily promoted and consumed at scale in low-income communities. Can Tiger Brands explain to the Commission how you justify continuing to derive commercial revenue from products that you yourselves recognize falls below acceptable nutritional standards?
Thank you for the question. So this internal target of ours is something that is a target, although we're continuously working to improve the nutritional standards of our products. Going forward, across all of our categories, we have definite plans in place to enforce our own nutritional standards. We're continuously updating nutritional guidelines, and the pipeline going forward is how do we continue to improve the health of our products for our consumers.
I'm going to also just hand over to our nutrition manager to give some additional context.
Thank you for the question. Sorry. Just in terms of, the portfolio, so these guidelines are scientific in nature, and what we then do, as Lorraine has mentioned, is that we're constantly reviewing these guidelines against current science, and also then informing how we then build the different guidelines within these nutritional standards. So products like Oros that you mentioned, it does actually meet these guidelines because of the reformulations in sugar that we have done over the years. And also, if we look at snacks and treats, which we have excluded, and there's a reason why it's that, because also these guidelines need to be credible in nature. And if you look at products like snacks and treats, they are about enjoyment, and we recognize that this is the need that these products are actually providing to consumers. And also we have strategies around those particular categories like snacks and treats, around portion strategies, where we then educate consumers around what is a credible portion, so that even when they're still enjoying the treat, they do so responsibly. So we have different approaches around reformulation, but also labeling and education, so that consumers are empowered. Yes, these guidelines are credible in nature because they form the scientific base, and that's why indulgent categories can meet these guidelines, but we then have strategies in place to make sure that we empower consumers.
So to that point, Commissioner, if you will indulge me, I would also like to ask why the snacks and treats, where you hold a 45.6% volume share, are excluded from this portfolio of Eat Well, Live Well. I do not buy the argument that this is for indulgence. We, or as a nation, have to assist consumers to make better and healthier food choices. And that is why we do have the sugar tax, and why we do cap the intake of these products, because consumers do not inherently understand what is good nutrition. So I would like to know, what is your plan, your long-term plan, to include this also in your portfolio, and to make sure that it also, or do you need more legislation to encourage you to reach those goals?
Yeah. So what I forgot to mention is that the snacks and treats also have a criteria around the nutritional standards. Just that in our target of 65%, they were excluded, but we do also follow a strict criteria in terms of making sure that even these categories are going through a process of reformulation, so that we ultimately help consumers in managing their intake of nutrients of concern. So we do have criteria. It's just that in our 65 targets, which is until 2030, we excluded it, but we can always come back in terms of the future plans.
So are you saying that 65% is the limit of what you can achieve, given the fact that you need to have sugar in these sugary sweets and so on? Or are you saying that you're planning to keep going higher towards 80% and ultimately 100%? And if so, how quickly can you get there? Can you put a timeline on it?
So I think maybe just on timelines, and first we are a listed company, and we do have processes that we go through in terms of target setting, target sign-offs, the disclosure of any targets. You will notice when I spoke to food loss and waste, I didn't indicate what the next target is, because we are guided by disclosure around these items. In terms of being able to say how quickly and by when, that is not a question that we are going to be able to answer today, unfortunately. But we do have a very strong commitment, as Arthur has indicated, to reducing nutrients of concern. And let me hand over at this point.
So this 65% also, it's a target, and also we need to recognize the baseline in terms of where we started. Because this sustainability strategy was started in 2019, and we've been on a journey. And at the time when we started, we're in 53%. So it's really been an improvement journey that we recognize, and I think it's good progress that we've made from the baseline that we've had.
Okay, so just to conclude on this point, I'm taking it that 65% is not the final target. It's part of a process. It's not that you're aiming to get there and stop.
We have a very strong principle that guides the way we do business, and that is called continuous improvement. So we're never satisfied in reaching a target. That's not the end journey. Once you get to a target, it's about where do you go next.
Yeah. Even so, it seems unambitious in the sense of trying to achieve good nutrition in South Africa, that you are accepting so many foods that are unhealthy in your portfolio, and you're marketing them. Which moves us on to marketing, and we know that Tiger Brands has committed to improving its nutritional information. So, in your answer to question 7, you write that Tiger Brands is committed to the provision of clear, accessible, and transparent on-pack nutrition information through its Eat Well, Live Well labeling framework and its B nutrient-wise iconography. And in your answer to question 8, you repeat that Tiger Brands is committed to leading practice in modern food labeling and consumer communication. But there are many products in the portfolio which have words on them like enriched and fortified, energy, power, energy bars and so on, which imply nutritional benefits, when in fact what they really mean is that they're full of sugar. And so maybe you could just explain how selling these products, which are high in bad nutrients, and would fall under the draft 337 thresholds, how you make those claims, your claims to be trying to improve your labeling, how's that consistent with the use of these terms, which are very misleading, and obviously so?
Thank you for the question. So, transparent labeling for us is important, and we have guidelines that really guide us in terms of the communication that we put on pack as well as beyond pack. And currently, we do our labeling, packaging labeling, within the confines of Regulation 146. And also, we do take cognizance of the draft regulation that is R777. So currently, I just want to highlight that the claims that we make currently on PAC are actually within the confines of regulations. And Eat Well Live Well is a form of front of pack labeling, which we took as a company in 2009 to inform consumers and at a point of purchase to be able to make better or healthier choices. So we apply this across our product portfolio. So there are certain products where you'd see that we have the Eat Well Live Well stamp of approval, and that is a very stringent criteria within the Eat Well Live Well nutritional standards, and not all products would form part of that. And the products that are still within their improvement journey, we have what we call Being Nutrient-Wise Icon, which is really an initiative to educate consumers around these nutrients of concern so that they are empowered. So currently, in terms of the draft regulations, we are within the confines of the regulations, and also we make sure that ultimately we self-regulate ourselves with these approaches that we have, the initiatives like Eat Well Live Well, a nutrition initiative of Tiger Brands.
Yes, so you talk about 2009.
Can I just
yes,
pause,
sorry.
because I'm seeing that we are having a Prof, have you completed your set of questions? Can I just ask, perhaps, are you then going to ask so that we are able as the panel just to follow where we are? Are you asking for permission to ask questions?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
it's just a follow-up question on what has
Thank
just
you.
been. So you mentioned 2009, and we know what the consumer in 2026 looks like. So, and you do know about the draft regulation that is coming out. Why are you as a company not taking the lead and actually implementing, like many of your competitors, the new draft legislation already? Because our consumers, 70% of our females are obese or overweight, and more than 40% of men. And children overweight and obesity is growing rapidly, and it's a major concern to all of us. So I would look up to you as a company that you say, well, we not only comply to current legislation, we're actually reformulating according to the new legislation coming.
2009, it's when we started our journey, and like Verna said, our journey is always going through in continuous improvement. So Eat Well Live Well currently, as it sits, is actually ahead because we look at global and local practices. So as much as we started the program in 2009, we've advanced in terms of where we are currently. And in terms of the future plans to include R777 consideration, I would leave that as a written submission because we can't currently disclose because we do have plans internally in terms of our approach on that.
But having a clear regulatory environment is absolutely critical for a business to be able to operate in, to have the certainty of the requirements and to understand, because all of these changes also require investments and planning. It's not a simple process. There are lots of steps to follow, and we've got to be prudent in how we manage our business, making sure that we meet the regulatory and legislative requirements of the environment in which we operate is an absolute priority and a non-negotiable for us.
My last question follows up a little bit on this issue of the rising childhood obesity in this country, which is partly attributed to the direct marketing of unhealthy foods to children. Now, in your submission, you state several times that you are that Tiger Brands is a member, voluntary member of the Code of Advertising Practice, that Tiger Brands has a responsible marketing policy, and then you state in your answer to question 10 that Tiger Brands supports the regulation of marketing to children in principle. And the in principle is significant because it's the same when we talk about things like the health promotion levy or making food prices more affordable, is that when it comes to profits being affected, then that's where the principle seems to end. And I'm going to make this point with reference to marketing of sweets and jungle oats and so on to children. There is a lot of marketing of these products to children, and the voluntary codes that are in place have been proven to be ineffective. They don't reduce this level of marketing of unhealthy food towards children. So I would like to give Tiger Brands the opportunity here to tell the Commission what specific legally binding restrictions on marketing of high sugar, high salt and high fat products to children does Tiger Brands support?
Perhaps I can just reflect that these items are also part of draft regulation 337 or 337, specifically looking at marketing to children. And we eagerly await understanding the outcome of the public consultation process and to understand what the regulations, the draft regulations look like.
Thank you for the question. So we have had our responsible marketing policy to children since 2008. And within that, we've got very strict rules internally in how we do market to children. And that is in our messaging, but also in the media that we purchase. And we do not purchase any media that's directed at children under 12. And that's a policy that we have going forward. But as Vanessa said, we will be very much eagerly awaiting what the new legislation says.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioners, Chairperson. The food donation programs that you've outlined today in your presentation, can I ask just a little bit of clarity how those are identified? Which organizations you choose and how you choose them, the distribution of those programs, perhaps demographically in terms of the provinces in South Africa. Then there was a recommendation you made in your presentation, one of the 3 recommendations that said there should be an active development of incentives when we speak about food wastage and prevention of food wastage. How would you envision those incentives look? Not perhaps only to yourselves, but to other entities, and to encourage them to come on board with similar programs. And then lastly, you pointed out that the profits this time around was an anomaly. Now I'm asking, is the donation program also going to be an anomaly? And can we expect something interesting along those lines as well? So those are just my 3 questions. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
In terms of the initiative or the organizations specifically around so we have established community partners that we have long-standing relationships with, that we have supported over many years, that we continue to support. And then we work with 2 big implementation or 3 big implementation partners in the form of Food Forward, SA Harvest, and then also Gift of the Givers, where they have got significant implementation networks and therefore a good big reach into all the different provinces, and a very clear understanding of where the biggest need is, and where communities really need support. So we rely quite heavily on working with implementation partners. We have in the last financial year, towards the end of the last financial year, implemented a new monitoring and evaluation system that gives us more geographic data, and we look forward to being able to disclose more detail around the exact location from a province perspective, concentration in different areas of South Africa around the impact of our socioeconomic development programs. So I hope that helps to answer the question around socioeconomic development. In terms of spend, so the starting point for the commitment is 1.5% of net profit after tax. But the reality is that in our business there's so many more programs that we don't actually add up to report on from a financial perspective, where we are supporting, where our operations are working directly, our factories are working directly with the communities that they are surrounded by and that our employees come from. And I am unfortunately not able to give you a substantive answer around those details, but we are working to get a lot more granular in terms of the level of detail that we can provide in our integrated reporting. The question around food loss and waste is an extremely, it's a system issue as well. So there are many points we need to consider along the value chain. You will have other representatives from the food system presenting different aspects to you. There are considerations within the agriculture supply chain where logistics constraints or infrastructure constraints may lead to food loss in the raw materials cycle or the raw material production and growing cycle. We are and have been a long-standing signatory to the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa's Food Loss and Waste Initiative as a voluntary signatory, and work very hard at reducing material or product production food waste within our operations. I think working through industry bodies such as the CGCSA to encourage responsible action and steps in reducing production food waste is an important component. And then also to look at how do we work around the food rescue and food, making sure that food that is still within, that's edible, that is of good quality, that doesn't put consumer safety at harm or at risk. How do we get food to vulnerable communities and improve steps around those? I hope that answers.
Perhaps just a follow-up on the incentives. What I'm asking is how would we incentivize these entities to waste less? How would that look? Is it a rebate? Is it a food bank that's directly accessible? Is it data coming from government that needs to be made available? How would we sell that better? Where Tiger perhaps looks at it from a certain purview, but how do we get everybody on board to limit? You've indicated the council's voluntary. You're part of the council's voluntary plan and how to reduce the food wastage. But those who are not, I'm asking, how does one incentivize those who are not perhaps on the same trajectory as yourselves?
I think the opportunity, or what we would welcome, is the opportunity to engage across the various elements of the value chain to see where there are the greatest levers for us to improve and to play a part in reducing food loss and waste. We can speak from our experience as a manufacturer and what is within direct control, but there certainly would be opportunities in terms of how do we better access, how do we make the food available through partners such as Food Forward and SA Harvest, who work very diligently in this space and are probably far better placed to talk to the intricacies of reducing food loss and waste right at the end of the value chain closest to the consumer. So we would welcome the opportunity to participate as part of a collaborative effort that cuts across the entire value chain, bringing our experience and learnings as a food manufacturer to share that with others. And we have been actively through the Consumer Goods Council's vehicles been sharing knowledge and our experience in terms of our own food production processes and how we've achieved the 50% reduction that we have already achieved. And of course, we have ambitions to do a lot more.
Thank you. Maybe just a last comment from my side. I think it would be very helpful for us to see how your donations have been distributed. because from the processes in the past as well, the Commission has been able to source data from the Department of Health as well to identify specific areas of severe acute malnutrition. And it would in fact be helpful not only for us but also to yourselves to see whether your donation track aligns with where these needs areas have been identified. So there are specific provinces who might be massively in need, where then one might incentivize other partners also to get on board to make sure that we identify and target perhaps those most vulnerable. So just a comment from my side, you're welcome to look at the records of these proceedings. Everything has been under oath, and the data available from the Department of Health is also available. It's theirs to assess in terms of your monitoring and evaluation as well, to see whether you can align. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful, and we will certainly go and look at the data.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you for the presentation. Perhaps we can start just a follow-up questions on the food waste. You indicated that you had a target of 50% that you've already met. Are you able to, in terms of reducing food waste, are you able to confirm where you are then currently in terms of food waste reduction as a company? I think it's 3 years now since you've met your initial target.
The target of 50% reduction was against a baseline set in 2022. So we have in this last year met our 50% reduction. The slide that I did share earlier had a graph that would have shown you the glide path to where we are. And we look forward to reporting on the full year performance when we release our integrated report in December, as well as the stated target that we will be improving now that we have met 50%.
Okay, so the target has remained consistent. What has been shifting is the baseline from year to year, because I think that would have was the follow-up question that I had about 50% of what, because I think it will be interesting to know.
So we would have had a percent. I wonder if I can maybe go back to the slide. So there we go. You would have seen the percentage of food waste. So the baseline that you see there, 4.88% of food waste generated. You can then see the glide path to where we are in the current financial year, having met the 50% target in terms of the reduction. And so this is percentage-wise, it adjusts with volume. And we look forward to releasing details of our full year performance, as well as our new stated target moving forward.
Okay, the data that is awaited is the data from this year. Okay, maybe you can assist then in terms of 2022, what was the baseline?
4.88% of food waste generated. So,
4.88% of the food waste generated. Okay. In terms, maybe what I want to understand so that it's accessible, do you measure it in terms of tons, or like how do you quantify the amount of waste in actual terms? Because I think then the percentages can be more accessible for some of us.
Sure. We have a the detail I will need to get the technical team to assist with to explain in terms of tonnage. I don't have that information readily available. What I do have and able to share with you is the performance and the glide path in the graph that we provided today, to indicate at a percentage point the reductions that we have made in reducing food production, food waste. So this is within control of our factories.
Okay. Yeah, but the information can be sourced, but at a later stage.
We just don't have it here today to be able to answer that question to the degree that you are asking for.
Yes, I'm saying I appreciate that it can be sourced, that data. Is it available, but not today?
Not today.
Okay, because for me, really, I'll be interested to know 50% of what, then we can know whether to rejoice with you or to chastise you for the remaining 50%. That was the question, I think the first question I have with the waste. And the second related question then is, what is current, how are you processing the 50% of the waste that is remaining currently? How is it being processed, or is it being disposed of? Like, what is happening with the other 50% that is being wasted currently?
So we talk. If we can bring up the slide again, it is still open. So it's not that 50% of production or ingredients, raw materials that go into the production process is wasted. That is not what we're saying here.
Yes.
Of everything that is going in, comes in, there is a baseline in 2022 of 4.88%, and we have reduced that to 50% of that baseline level.
Yes.
Okay. We have, as part of our goals as well, and unfortunately I do not have this here for you today, but we can provide. We also have a zero waste to landfill target that we are working towards with an active glide path that clearly determines or clearly outlines the steps that we're taking to get our operations to zero fill to land waste. Any waste that is generated within our environment, we responsibly will find alternatives in managing. It may be that some of the, and this is all, we have an extremely complex set of businesses, many different products, so there are many different production processes here, but there may also be that some of the food waste is diverted towards animal feed in terms of the small percentage that remain within our operations that we're working to even reduce even further. So to give you a clear, definitive answer around each of the products, I can't do that today. But we do have responsible practices in place to make sure that we manage waste in a responsible manner.
All right, I think it would be useful then for our purposes, if you can't provide the information now, you can provide it as part of your supplementary responses of how you are processing the waste that admittedly still exists within your food production system. All right. Then I just want to, again, I just wanted to get clarity on your eat well, live well labeling. I apologize, you know, everywhere I go, they know I don't like percentages because it's of what, you know. So I just wanted to, I always have a challenge with percentages. It could be because I'm mathematically challenged, but yeah, that's a different story. I just want to understand, you say that your current target is 65% of your food portfolio. That is a 2030 target. Again, where are you currently against that target? I mean, your latest data, if your latest data is from last year, you can provide those figures.
Thank you for that. So we have the data from our integrated report as reported as 62%, where we currently sit towards our 65% target.
Okay. And with this one, the percentage figure we have certainly is your whole food production, 60% of that, excluding the snacks and, okay. So thank you for that. So you are at 62%, and you are on course to meet your target of 65%?
Yes, we're confident that we'll be on course because we obviously made it an ambitious target, and currently with the efforts that we have and the strategies in place, they are supportive of making sure that we meet the target.
And you'll pardon me if you did indicate this when you spoke to my colleague earlier, I might have missed it, the weighting between your food products, which will form part of
is at that level, but it falls
Mhm.
within that segment, which is just under. We have disposed and sold off our maize milling business, so it's no longer part of our product portfolio. Yeah.
Okay. But then in terms of your policy, is there a specific focus on indigenous food systems, or is it just part of your part of your portfolio, or ancillary part of your portfolio as such?
So as my colleague indicated, within our grains business, we have a sorghum business that is a key part of the grains business, and within that, we are looking at the investment in terms of agri-supply chain, looking at how can we help our farmers get better production, and considering the various options around sorghum. So sorghum is a key grain in our grains portfolio, and I don't know if that helps to answer some of the question. So from a local or an indigenous grain, sorghum is the key grain in our portfolio.
All right. And then I said the second last. Maybe I said third last. Hopefully this is the second last. Just to confirm, in your submissions, you indicated that you operate across Southern Africa, and your website refers to 22 countries. I just wanted to get which regions do you operate in? Because Southern Africa, I think has less than 22 countries.
So my colleague Bharati will keep us honest here on the numbers, but our operations are wholly based in South Africa. This is where our manufacturing footprint is. So we manufacture within South Africa and then we export into Southern Africa.
Thank you for your question. So the 22 countries that you would have seen, we mentioned that we export to, as my colleague had said, is mainly within sub-Saharan Africa. So it's not just Southern Africa, as well as a very small percentage, about 5% to the what we call rest of the world, so outside of the African continent.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason I wanted to get clarity on that, there's been a critique, not necessarily against your company, but generally that with multinational companies, they adopt different standards in terms of, food quality, safety, depending on the people that they will be feeding. It's a general critique. Like I said, for example, you'll find that there are products in certain parts of the world, Europe is used as an example, which are found to be not good enough for their people, but they'll be good enough for Africans. So that's why I was interested in to know where you operate and whether you are maintaining the same standards as a company across all the jurisdictions where you operate or you export food.
So perhaps I'll start and I'll hand over to my colleague. So for us, we do maintain a similar standard, and I think that's possible because the only manufacturing capability we have is in South Africa. So we operate a very capital light, distributor-led model into the rest of the continent, meaning we produce here along the same standards and quality protocols, and then we export to the rest of the continent as well as the rest of the world. So from a quality maintenance, it's very similar, and that is precisely why we adopted that capital light model and ensuring that we have visibility and control over our quality.
Perhaps the only thing that you will find in our products, and this is probably within specific markets where you may notice nuances, is if there's specific packaging requirements in a country that may be different to South Africa. You may notice slight differences in packaging, but we do not produce different products for different countries. The quality of the product that we offer to our consumers is extremely important to us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I just quickly confirm before I ask my last question? All right. Okay, I would say it's a line of question rather than a question. It's around issues of food affordability that I just needed to clarify. And maybe to start with the line of question that I want to pursue, I believe it should be question, I hope my numbering here is question 3, but it may not correlate, but the question you were asked about pricing. You were asked what margins does your organization earn on stable food items? How severely would waiving 10 to 20% of profit margins on these items to make them affordable affect your overall profitability? And why are your organization's prices for fresh food products higher than for fresh produce much higher than fresh produce markets or street traders? And I've noted that you responded to the third and the last question in your written submissions, but there was no response to the first about the profit margins that your organization earn on stable food items.
So maybe just the first response on that is that the margin at a product level is extremely competitive and sensitive, commercially sensitive information, and so we're very mindful of that. But I'll let my colleague answer on more broadly on margins.
Thank you.
Just for a moment, I just need to take a quick moment. Okay. I just need to take a bit of a breather, then we'll continue. Apologies for it, I can't. Thank you. Can we all just take a 5-minute breather? Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much for that 5-minute comfort break. We can just then proceed. We were receiving a response from Ms. Oberhauser. Thank you.
Yes, so just to take a step back in terms of where we started the response at a product-specific level to disclose margins, we will not be able to do that, unfortunately. It is very sensitive from commercially and competitively sensitive information, given that these are public hearings. But I will hand over to my colleague just to give you a little bit more flavour more generally.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. What we are able to disclose is from a milling and baking, what we call our milling and baking segment, where you will find bread as well as wheat flour. Our operating margins for the first half of our financial year ended 31st March 2026 was at 8.9%. So this is operating profit percentage or margin, 8.9%. And then I'm also able to provide context in terms of our grains business, where we have our sorghum business, we have rice, we also have pasta, and then we have our jungle oats. The operating margin for the first half of our financial year ended 31st March 2026 was 12.7%. I hope that helps clarify.
Okay. Maybe if I can just get clarity, is the submission that the information cannot be made available at all, or it cannot be made available at this platform, like publicly, just to get clarity? Because we've had other respondents who have indicated to us that they've made full submissions, but they've indicated to us that this is what we consider to be confidential information that should be redacted, you know, if the information is to be published. So I just need to get clarity on that response.
We are not able to provide you with that information in a public context. It is extremely sensitive information commercially and competitively. We could look at disclosing a bit more detail as under the confidentiality provisions and not to be included in any final materials or reports by this commission.
All right, no, thank you for the clarity. There need to be for the panel to make a determination, because as I've indicated, that question which was put was not responded to in your written submissions. Now, also the issue of pricing. In the first leg of the inquiry, we received a number of submissions, and one of the submissions we got was from Animal Law Reform, where they cited the 2024 report of the Competition Commission relating to essential food price monitoring. So, and in that report, the commission found that there was concerning evidence that retailer price hikes are not matched by equivalent increases in production costs, raising serious questions about transparency and fairness in the supply chain, as well as the failure to pass savings on to consumers. And they also raise concern about a phenomena where prices quickly rise when costs increase, but fall much slower when costs decline, allowing retailers to maintain wider profit margins. That's the one submission that was made, and there's another like submission by Seri as well, referring to the 2022 report, the food monitoring report, where they noted increases in prices of white and brown maize, where a higher rate than, where they said as well as maize meal, where a higher rate than increases in production costs. Basically, they're saying the increases in, food retail prices in many cases is higher than the cost of production. This is a concern that is coming out from the report. And also in your submissions, you've indicated that as part of your pricing model, you look at the market forces and the cost input, and you'll be told, costs has to increase because there is war, for example, in another part of the country. But when those dynamics that drove up the cost prices are resolved, is not always the case that then we see a reduction in the cost of food. I know the reports specifically were relating to the retail, and you are on the production side of things, but I was just interested in just understanding from the production side of things as well. When the prevailing cost drivers change, how quickly are those benefits being passed on to consumers?
So maybe just a first few clarifying points. As you did point out, the report was looking at the retail
Yes.
environment. So the final prices that are charged to consumers within the retail environment is set by the retailers, wholesalers, etc. It's not, we do not determine those prices. The information that we shared give you an indication in terms of the contribution of the various elements of the production process, that in terms of cost formulation. As you rightly point out, there are many raw materials that are their pricing or the input cost is determined by global markets. So not always input costs from materials perspective, raw materials is not always within our control. I will ask my colleague just to talk to the passing on of savings or when there's a reduction. I think we did indicate that in the first, based on our performance in the first 6 months, we did have a price deflation of 1.7% across our basket, which means that we've reduced prices.
Thank you. Thank you. Just referencing what my colleague was saying, there was a slide that we put up earlier that actually showed by various business units how the 1.7 in price deflation actually came about. And a big driver of that is within our grains portfolio, where we saw significant deflation from an input cost raw material perspective in rice. I think Stats SA quotes a number to 31st March of 11.8% price deflation within rice. And that's similar to what we've seen. And you would have seen the slide up that within our grains portfolio versus a year ago, our price deflation was actually 11.4%. So what that means is that our products were cheaper for the consumer. And what we did is, instead of, so we've got various initiatives that are within our control. You would have seen in our written submissions, and we spoke to earlier, around continuous improvement initiatives. So when we derive those savings, it's not just to bank to the bottom line. What it enables us to do is to invest back in price. And what we mean by that is take that money, invest it to reduce the pricing for the consumers. And that's what you would have seen in our price deflation. So to answer your question on, do we pass on the cost to consumers? In the biggest portfolio and where we saw the biggest price deflation rise, you would have seen almost a direct correlation to the market deflation as well as what our consumers experienced.
So then, will it be fair from that response to say, when it comes to the specific concern that has been raised, we should be, the producers themselves are lowering the prices, and therefore we should really be looking more into the retailers, which according to the Commission do not always pass on, those reduced prices to consumers?
I can only comment on our own business
Yeah.
and what we are directly in control of,
Mm.
and the decisions from a Tiger Brands perspective. We can't pass comment or judgment on the rest of the value chain. So unfortunately, we can only respond to
Okay.
what we do.
No,
And
that is fair. And maybe the last question then, is there a conversation at all that happens between by producers and retailers regarding this issue I'm raising, or it's a matter of we've sold our products and to the retailers, that's it. By producer, is there any such conversation where that happens between producers and retailers regarding food prices?
the retailers set the prices
Yes.
for consumers. We would have the price that we sell at, which is our price, and unfortunately, I can't comment on any further conversations.
Okay, so there is no conversation that happens. Okay, no, that's just all I wanted to clarify. Not that I wanted you to comment on what they were doing, because because it's an issue that has come up, about this food prices, that I just needed to clarify and to know whether there is any such conversation. Especially, you see your own product, you know how much it costs, and you see it as 10 times the costs in the retailer, whether there's any such platform to just have an honest conversation about some of these practices. But thank you. I've noted that there's an arm's length relationship between the producers and the retailers. Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know, I'll be in your hand.
Thank you. One last question from my side. In your answer to question 16 on the right to food, you write that Tiger Brands maintain strict compliance with all applicable laws and regulations governing food safety. So my last question is about food safety. In 2018, Tiger Brands was implicated in the world's largest outbreak of listeriosis. More than 200 deaths were recorded. Most of the victims were low-income consumers who were consuming Tiger Brands processed meat products. There was a class action suit which took 7 years to resolve, mostly because Tiger Brands denied liability. Can you explain to the Commission what happened, what went wrong, what were the systemic failures in Tiger Brands' quality assurance, food safety governance, and supply chain oversight that allowed this outbreak to occur? And secondly, what has been done since then in terms of independent auditing processes and so on that ensures that similar failures cannot occur across any Tiger Brands manufacturing facility?
I think on the class action, that is a very painful part of our history as a company. It certainly doesn't begin to explain or even describe what the plaintiffs and the individuals who've suffered as a result would have experienced. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to talk much more about the class action. It is still an ongoing process, but we are working diligently to get to a outcome and a conclusion as quickly as possible. In terms of the steps, so safety and quality is non-negotiable for Tiger Brands. We have learned and continue to learn and continue to improve processes. If you give me a moment, I can quickly find some data around our most recent performance. It is measured and reported on in our integrated report. The steps that we take and the investments that we make to continuously step up product quality. But it is a non-negotiable for us, and we are extremely focused on making sure that we deliver products of quality and standard to our consumers.
Commissioner, one last question from me as well. In your question 18, you responded about your programs and you talked about your, particularly your Hulusani program that supports 17 emerging farmers as of 2026, with 19% of your supplies still being imported. So what is the concrete year-on-year roadmap to reach your goal of 1,000 black-owned enterprises by 2030? Is that something that is doable? Seeing that, if I can recall, the previous year it was 9 farmers.
So the 1,000 enterprises would span across, it's not just within agri-supply. We'll have to give you source an aggregate number in terms of where we are, and that is something that we would report on as part of our integrated report. The Hulusani program is a very specific project. It's not the only supply development work that we do within the agriculture space, but it is an initiative that's been extremely successful and which we are scaling, and where we are making a real impact in the community, the growing area of Musina that supplies tomatoes for our pasting production. Just a correction around the 81 versus 19%, that's our total supply base. So total procurement spend for the year is 81% for the 2025 financial year. So that's it's not just agriculture spend, it's total spend. So all of the various procurement categories, 81% of our procurement spend has gone to local suppliers, with 19% of procurement spend directed to imports. And there are, of course, key commodities such as wheat, where South Africa simply doesn't produce sufficient production or wheat to meet local demand. So that's a key area or example of where we would be importing.
Yes, I do agree, as well as with rice. But a product such as palm oil, which is now in your bread as well, is imported, and we don't need that. It's a highly saturated fat. It drives the obesity tsunami in our country, and I really would like to draw your attention as a company to take this out of our food system, because it is no good to anyone.
Thank you very much for the comment we've noted.
Thank you so much to the evidence leaders. I'm going to then ask the panel members. I'll start with Commissioner Ntuli. Any questions?
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much for your presentations. I have a few follow-up questions, and I will start on the discussion you were having with one of the evidence leaders on your relationship with retailers. Now, understanding that pricing is determined by retailers and there is little to no relationship between yourselves and retailers, the question that is still outstanding is whether there are instances where you have recorded where retailers have increased prices despite Tiger Brands having reduced your own wholesale prices. And this is an R&D question, perhaps. Has your research and development unit or section been able to assess instances where there are price increases by retailers even when you have lowered the prices? And equally related to that question is whether Tiger Brands has analyzed how much of consumer food inflation originates from manufacturers as opposed to retailers. So that would be the first set of questions.
So we are not in a position to comment on the price setting or, from a retail perspective. We can only comment on our own processes and the own steps that we take. In terms of the first question, I'm unfortunately not able to provide a definitive answer on that. Can you just repeat the second question for me, please? I just want to make sure I've got the gist of it.
Absolutely. It's around whether you have analyzed through your research and development unit or section how much of consumer food inflation originates from manufacturers as opposed to retailers. So when consumer prices hike, where does that originate from? That is what we are trying to understand, and this is also at the center of some of the questions the evidence leaders was trying to move to.
The food system is a integrated and complex system. I would imagine that an industry or perhaps Stats SA or a similar body would be in a better position to respond to the question. We can only refer and only comment on what we track and control within our own business, and unfortunately, I'm not in a position to expand on where food inflation is being driven from.
The reason why this question is important, and we wish to analyze the extent to which Tiger Brands has engaged these questions, is because of the questions related to corporate responsibility, particularly to the constitutional right to food. So does Tiger Brand see itself as constitutionally responsible for the right to food? And therefore, it's of interest to us to know whether Tiger Brand concerns itself with consumer price inflation, the rising food insecurity in the country, and the role that Tiger Brands as a company can play. Is it sufficient for Tiger Brands to say, well, we don't engage with price inflation, it's the retailers, we don't even ask those questions, and that's enough? And this is a constitutional responsibility question.
So I'm going to refer back to our written submission on this point, in which we stated that Tiger Brands' role is to contribute responsibly within the sphere of control and influence, while recognizing that food security and affordability require coordinated action across government, retail, agriculture, logistics, civil society, and consumers. So through our responsible business practices, we aim to ensure that we run our business in the best interest of all of our stakeholders, and of course consumers are one of our key stakeholders. We are not a business if we don't have consumers who buy and who can afford our products. And that is why product affordability is absolutely core to our strategic response and how we run and operate our business. What we've tried to illustrate in both today's presentation as well as our written submission is that we have been disciplined in how, as a business, we manage cost, take out inefficiencies, improve our operations, run our business to the best of our ability to ensure that the product that we are bringing to consumers is as affordable as we can make it, that it is of a quality and a standard that meets not just legislative requirements, but that our consumers deserve and have, should enjoy. And within what is within our control, we are diligently working to ensure that we bring affordable food to South Africa. That's speaking to our commercial operations. We also, through our various socioeconomic development programs, recognize that there are people who need help, who are vulnerable, and who need extra support. And we try, through those programs, to make a meaningful impact and to reduce some of the pressure on households.
Thank you so much. So given that response, and it's a principled response that we appreciate, would then Tiger Brands support a voluntary right to food charter that has measurable commitments monitored by the South African Human Rights Commission as one of the outcomes of this process?
We would welcome the opportunity to engage with you on that charter and to offer support in terms of the work that we do and the role that we play within the food system.
Thank you so much. Then I'd like to move to supplier transformation, and this is a question that was also asked by one of the evidence leaders. You report that 20% of your company relies on black-owned suppliers and 81% on local procurement. And the question there, which is related to the question asked by the evidence leaders, is why is it only 20% of the supplier base black-owned, given South Africa's transformational objectives? And to what extent are you intending on improving on that 20%? What is then your target for 2030? If you're at 20% now, what is your target for 2030? And related to that question is on procurement spend. How much of your procurement spend goes to black-owned businesses?
So I can confirm out of our 2025 integrated report, so 81% of our total procurement spend is with local businesses. 19% of total procurement spend is on imports. Out of our total procurement spend with local suppliers, that amounts to a total of 23.2 billion rand. Of procurement suppliers who are verified BBBEE suppliers, the amount reported last year is 14.4 billion rand. And out of that, in terms of qualifying small and exempt micro enterprises, we spent 1 billion rand with those QMEs and EMEs. We have a commitment to a preferential procurement and working with our suppliers. We diligently manage the contribution in terms of our scorecard and track and report on that. And we're constantly working to improve our delivery and our progress and performance against the preferential procurement elements of our scorecard. In part, some of the work that we do is around supplier development, particularly within the agriculture space, and also in working with smaller businesses and suppliers from an enterprise development perspective and a supplier development perspective. I hope that answers some questions.
Thank you. It does call for further clarity. So 81% is local, 19% is import. I didn't hear clearly in your response, out of the 81%, how much of that 81% in percentage is black-owned procurement?
Oh, I'm going to have to do a quick calculation here.
Perhaps your team could also assist.
You're asking about my math skills here.
Someone has already declared their math skills, so this is an opportunity for you to do so.
Oh my goodness, the pressure in terms of mathematics. So you're asking for, in terms of
the 81%.
Yeah, out of 81, so it would be out of verified BBBEE suppliers, out of the 8 of the locals, so it would be. So are we asking for verified suppliers?
Yes, please. And of course, related to that, if you do have further data, it would be interesting to know further out of that, how many are black women owned?
Okay, let me get, yeah, there we go.
Thank you. So in terms of total local procurement spend with verified suppliers, it is 62% of our local procurement spend. And then with reference to black-owned, our spend with qualifying black-owned enterprises as of last year was 4.6 billion, which of our local procurement, just give me a second, is 20%.
In terms of your target for 2030?
So So within our 2030 targets, we have indicated measures that relate to community enterprises supported, Black-owned enterprises supported, and jobs created. We also have set a target towards 50% of total local procurement spent towards Black or Black woman-owned businesses and enterprises. So there's a gap there that we need to close and that we continue to manage and look at how we can improve on it.
Thank you so much. And in terms of your data, thank you very much for those quick calculations. Do you also have available data on how many youth you procure from, how many persons with disabilities, and also how many rural citizens you
The
procure
data that we have available and that we would be able to share would be what is covered in, is available publicly in our BBBEE compliance report, which was published or is published at the same time as our annual BBBEE certificate. So we'd be able to share the information that's available within that report.
Thank you so much. Someone's already asked about Hulisani, and related to my previous questions, you state in your presentation that 9 tomato farmers and then later 17 emerging farmers are represented in this program, and this is only a tiny fraction of South Africa's agricultural sector. What is your plan? Do you have a plan for scaling this nationally? And if so, what is that plan?
Local agricultural sourcing and sustainable local agricultural sourcing is a key enabler for Tiger Brands. In that context, I did share the framework that we had developed. Supply development from an emerging farmer's perspective is a core part of that. We are going through a fair bit of planning to see how we can scale up at the moment, set targets across our different commodities. Our intention is to significantly increase sourcing of agricultural commodities from local suppliers, and a core part of that is to ensure that we play an active role in transforming our supply chain. So Hulusani is a project that we, a program that we started. The first year was a pilot. It is not the only project or the only program of its nature that we are running, but it was a particular successful pilot. Based on its first year, we scaled it, and the intention is to keep on growing it. There are also other initiatives across core commodities. I did indicate the work across bitter sorghum, wheat, and oats, where we are looking at bringing in new emerging farmers with support in order to enhance our local production. So it is a big focus. We are working at it. We haven't answered all the questions. We have some gaps to close, but it is a priority.
No, thank you for that. The state, of course, has transformation programs and capacitation programs where they support emerging small-scale farmers, particularly previously disadvantaged groups. To what extent are you partnering or even engaging the state so that some of those programs that are being supported by the state can also form then part of your own procurement programs as Tiger Brands? Are you in engagements with the state in thinking about scaling up this program?
We definitely have identified areas where we would like to work closer and will be engaging. There is a fair opportunity for us to work much closer with the various departments and to look at how we particularly, I think an area that is particularly challenging is the access to financing for emerging farmers, input support, grant funding, etc. And there we would be looking to ways in which we can tap in. There is a bit more detail that we'd be able to share with you in supplementary data. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers with me here today, but we'd be very happy to provide some additional information.
The question is more retrospective. It's whether you have engaged government as opposed to whether you have an intention. So it's twofold. one, have you engaged government, the extent to which you have, and are you in partnership or collaboration with the state on any of their programs? And then two, the more forward-looking aspect of the question which you have answered. But we would still like to know in terms of your current practice.
We have engaged with departments. I'm mindful of the clarity of detail that I provide, given that we had committed to the oath. And I would appreciate the opportunity if you can provide specific details as part of additional information. But yes, we have engaged with programs and with relevant departments, and that remains a priority going forward.
Thank you so much. So Chair, through you, then one of the follow-up questions and responses that we will seek is just more detail on those programs. The last set of questions from my side relates to food waste, which one of the evidence leaders also engaged you on. The issue of tonnage, you did say you might not have the correct figures on tonnage, which poses challenges to the extent to which we can engage you on food waste. We would still nevertheless like to understand, of the 50% reduction, how much of that would have been edible food and how much of it would then have been food that is no longer edible? And out of those two categories, how much then of those two categories goes to animal feed and which goes to donations?
We can provide this information for you in a supplementary submission. We'll need to just get the details together from the different teams.
All right. No, thank you so much. That is all from my side. Thank you.
Commissioner Kunene, any questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. In your answers, you have provided that with regard to schools, you have supported at least 90 primary schools. So my question is, where are these schools located in terms of provinces? Do you perhaps even have the list? And when we are in a country where we've got a population of over 65 million people, and I'm not sure how much of that is children, does it even make sense for you to then only support 90 primary schools?
In response to the first question, or the question around geographic location, so this is nationally. We can request the distribution by province and provide that as additional information or supplementary information to the Commission. The 90 schools, and the support that we offer there is through the Tiger Brands Foundation. And this is a in-school breakfast served to a hot breakfast served to every learner, every school day of the year, with additional support in terms of food hampers for families during holidays that when children aren't attending school, to provide additional support while they're not receiving the breakfast at school.
Yes. And how were you then measuring that against what we are hearing with the different presenters that presented during the first leg, who are saying there is child malnutrition, there's child stunting. So how do you then measure that in order to see if indeed what you are doing as Tiger Brand is assisting us insofar as ensuring child development, especially in schools that you say you are providing those nutritious foods?
The foundation will be embarking on a longitudinal study to look at outcomes. Unfortunately, that data is not yet available, but once it becomes available, and these studies take some time, we would be very happy to share the information. But there is work being undertaken to understand the exact outcomes and how this is improving, particularly educational outcomes as well.
All right. When did this start? So with the information that you're saying going to provide, for which year is this? And also, just before you answer that question, also add that, how do you then select the schools? How do you decide these are the schools that you're going to support insofar as the food is concerned?
The decision-making around schools, I would not be in a position to respond to today. The Tiger Browns Foundation is an independent public benefit organization. It has a board of trustees, and it works very closely with the Department of Basic Education. It has a memorandum of agreement that it enters into with the department. So the details around how the schools are chosen, but they definitely are of the lower quintile schools where the need is significant and where the breakfast is likely to drive substantial outcomes.
We also had presenters with regard to tertiary education, where we are told that a number of our youth is really also struggling with just affording food. But at the same time, from your presentation, it would seem that, again, there are certain inroads that you have made in that regard. Now, do you have the information? And of course, followed by that would be the measurables, to say, is it then making a difference? Or are we at the point where we should really say that as a country we are failing in ensuring that this right to food is realized for many and others?
So as I indicated, both in our written submission as well as in today's presentation, we have a program called Plates for Days that we launched in 2017. It is specifically geared towards making a contribution to food insecurity at the university level. We currently partner with 7 universities, providing nutrition support across 10 campuses to the extent of 3,500 students supported on a monthly basis. The value of that investment on an annual basis is approximately 14 million rand. The need at a tertiary education level is much bigger than just what we are able to support and address. And we would welcome any other company who would like to join us in making a difference in addressing insecurity. We know that when students have worries and concerns about where their meals are going to come from, about how to spend the little bit of money that they might have or might not, that they are faced with decisions no parent would want to know a child has to make. And so this is a big issue. It's an area of huge concern, and that is why we have been supporting and investing in university nutrition support since 2017.
Will you be able to provide that information regarding the 7 universities? And again, there's another question to ask would be, how then do you determine the 7 universities? What informs, that determination?
Yes, we would be able to provide the details of the universities in terms of who we support. What goes into the decisions, and many of these universities we've supported for a very long period of time. I'm cautious of just rattling the names off because I don't want to miss anybody. But we are working with universities where there is an active student and student management body that can support and facilitate the distribution of the hampers, and we know that they are able to really ensure that the implementation is successful. There's limitations in terms of how many universities we can take on. There's not an infinite budget, and so we try to be mindful about making a selection that makes a real impact and that helps to drive outcomes for the students.
Now, given that Tiger Brands reported 34.4 billion in revenue and 3.8 billion in group operating income for the year 2025 and declared 4.0 billion special dividend to shareholders, how does the company justify refusing to disclose or reduce margins on staple foods consumed by poor households while retaining significant value to shareholders?
So I think, as my colleague indicated earlier, the shareholder returns that we announced last year or have made are really an anomaly here in terms of disposals in the business. I'm going to revert back to the point we made around a commercially sustainable and viable food system. We don't see the opportunities, or we don't see that commercial success and social impact are competing priorities, but we do see that in driving a performance and doing well in our business, it enables us to invest through our supply chains, to invest in our socioeconomic development programs, and to consider how we continue to produce food that is nutritious and of a high quality and standard for our consumers. And through our own operations, to keep on driving, and by being focused and deliberate and disciplined in how we manage costs and how we improve the way that we produce, drive efficiencies in our own business, that we drive down the price, the cost of production, in order to make our products more affordable for consumers.
Even though some of the consumers that have presented, they are saying the food basket is very expensive. When one has regard to the social grants that they are getting, the prices that are on the shelves, it's just not affordable. But it would seem from what you are saying, as Tiger Brands, you are saying you are ensuring that food is affordable. But not only that, you're also ensuring that there's nutritious food. But another person that presented says that, in fact, you know what's happening in the spectrum with regard to shopping, there's what they call pester power. When you go to some of these shops, you know, the foods that are really being advertised are the ones that are not nutritious. Now, as Tiger Brands, it would seem you are more concerned about compliance. And you are not really, in your presentation, you are not really telling us exactly what is it that you do. I mean, when one confronts you on issues like advertising, you're saying, no, we adhere to what is already put out there. But we are not saying to us, but with the same tone, as Tiger Brands, we also ensure that we do away with pester power for children, you know, and for anyone else, really, that is trying to ensure that they live a healthy and really a life that is nutritious. That's not really what you're saying. So in your presentation, is there still an opportunity for you to go and rather answer the question, instead of you telling us that this is what the law says? You know, being more concerned about the state's obligation, your constitutional obligation, and not going to what are the real issues, which is whether, as Tiger Brands, do you put on a human rights lens when you advertise, when you sell the food, when you ensure that there's production of this food? Do you ever put on the human rights lens? For children, for older persons, for persons with disabilities, for the most marginalized, the poor of the poorest.
So, consumer centricity, making decisions with the best intentions for our consumers is core to how we do business, how we make the choices that we do, and how we focus our efforts as a business. We value and respect our consumers and try to operate our business in a responsible manner to ensure that we deliver the best outcomes for them. How do we apply a human rights lens? Yes, we do. We have policies and processes that guide us and that provide the governance framework for our business. But beyond that, it's about what sits in our hearts and what is the overriding philosophy and the purpose and philosophical backbone that drives how we do and how we make decisions, how we operate our business, and how we bring our products to market. I indicated that our company purpose is to nourish and cultivate lives every day and every tomorrow. We recognize that the products that we make, food, is absolutely essential to health, to well-being, to opportunity in this world, and to healthy outcomes. How we manufacture those products is important. Where we source the ingredients that go into our products, it helps to shape a society and an economy. We're conscious of that. We are very deliberate in trying to drive the right decisions and in making sure that how we run our business, we are creating shared value and sustainable value for all of our stakeholders. And key stakeholder there is our consumer. We are working diligently to bring quality products of high standard that they can trust and to work in bringing down on improving the affordability of those products. We recognize hunger, food insecurity. These are huge issues in our country, and it's an issue that millions of households are faced with. And we recognize that we have a part to play, that we have a responsibility in running our business in a way that improves the outcomes and the ability for people to afford food. And to do it in a way that ensures sustainability of the business and sustainability of the food system that we are a part of.
Do you agree that when a household is unable to afford that nutritious food, that is a denial of the right to access sufficient food?
When a household is not able to afford food, when they are not able to access the nutrition, to have healthy outcomes, that is a case of insufficient access to food and insufficient access to the nutrition to have healthy lives and productive outcomes.
And do you also agree that that's a violation of a human right that is enshrined in terms of the Constitution, located at Section 27 of our Constitution?
The Constitution protects and enshrines the rights to sufficient access to food. So, yes.
Do you also understand that we need to act in the best interest of children, and that is located at Section 28? And amongst others, the early child development becomes imperative. And that is informed by the type of foods that any child has access to. Do you accept that?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So as Tiger Bread, would you say that you have made interventions in that regard, insofar as ensuring that we do not realize stunting as a country, we do not have children that are suffering from malnutrition? Would you say you have? And of course, if you don't have that information, I would appreciate through you, Chairperson, that same is then submitted, which then says to us, as Tiger Brands, these are the numbers, and vis-a-vis the children that we have in the country. You know, it's well good enough for somebody to just say 20%, but 20% of what, as Shelley said, becomes very important. So will you be able to speak to the numbers and be intentional about it?
So perhaps in terms of early childhood and children, perhaps I can ask my colleague Arthur just to weigh in a little bit more. A part of our product portfolio does meet the nutrition requirements and needs of young children. In terms of our socioeconomic development programs, those, as I've indicated, are very much focused at a school. So once they enter the primary school phase through the support of the Tiger Brands Foundation and the in-school breakfast program, and then into the university phase, tertiary education, and then of course the community support that we offer through food hampers and our partners, where we've got vulnerable communities and households that are really in food need. But I'm going to ask my colleague just to quickly respond to early childhood nutrition and the work that we're doing there.
Thank you very much. So when it comes to, I think, what is guiding us in terms of the strategy as Tiger Brands is democratizing health and nutrition as a platform, and I think that is our intent, which is guided by the sustainability strategy, but overall the corporate strategy in terms of how we do business. And from just understanding the nutrition landscape, I mean, we talk about micronutrient deficiencies, which is hidden hunger. We talk about stunting. We do recognize that, and earlier on, very much presented, you know, just in terms of how we scan this landscape and let them inform the work that we do. Our portfolio starts from 6 months onwards because we have Purity as a brand. And in there, we follow specific developments in terms of criteria that we use to develop our products. We're being very intentional in terms of if it's a baby cereal, how much energy should it contain, and the energy should be purposeful, being contributed by really important nutrients that the baby should benefit from. And then going through our portfolio, which is pretty much a portfolio that can be enjoyed by the whole family. If you look at oats, oats is one of the most nutritious products that we have within our portfolio. Also, it helps children during their formative years to enjoy something that actually provides them with key nutrients that are often lacking in the South African diet. But also, micronutrient fortification is a strategy that we have where, and I don't want to be misquoted here, I don't have the figure in mind, but we do also, I share that every year in our integrated report, where voluntary, because we have mandatory macronutrients governed by fortification regulation in South Africa. But as a company, we also have voluntary macronutrient fortification where we add these essential macronutrients in the South African, in some of the products that we sell. For example, we have products like Movite. They contain key minerals which help solve that issue of macronutrient deficiencies.
You know, the chairperson is already looking at me and wants to take the mic away, and you are going on. May I just please stop you there? Let me just ask you this. Now, you said 6 months. Some of the participants in this inquiry are saying to the commission, it actually becomes important from the moment that a woman becomes pregnant, that you start ensuring that they have nutritious food. Because it does not start at 6 months. In fact, it starts from the moment that the child is conceived, because they are being developed inside the mother's womb. So it looks like Tiger Brands is saying that period does not really matter. And I'm not hearing Tiger Brand talking about pregnant women. And I'm also not hearing Tiger Brand talking about older persons. And I'm sure they're also your number one consumers, insofar as a lot of products that you have, because really older persons get social grants and so forth. Is Tiger Brand also looking at those aspects? And of course, as I said, if you don't have the information, please don't try and struggle with it now. It's okay, you can supplement so that I don't stay longer on the podium than I have. So do you have the information? Is it something that you're looking at, or it is not something that you have looked at as Tiger Bread, because you are informed by your strategy as a business? Thank you.
We can provide this as a supplementary information.
Thank you so much. I am looking at your integrated, and is it your integrated annual? I'm just going to open it up now just so I can get the correct name. I just have just two key questions, and then we will in terms of your integrated annual report. And often a critique that we get from members of the public is when they want to engage with these type of documents, they are not, one, easily accessible, and they're very difficult to read for the ordinary person. Noting that you're a listed company, and that members of the public would be quite interested in your integrated annual report, do you think it's important for companies to ensure that they provide a version that is accessible to members of the public, including their financial statements, so that we are able to say 20% of 5 billion equates to this?
So I'm going to ask my colleague Bharati to respond also. The integrated report serves a very specific purpose in terms of communicating with key audiences. But we are mindful that the people who are interested in what we are doing as a business are far beyond just those who have invested in us and who are the regulators who are looking at us and ratings agencies, etc. So we're very mindful of making sure that we make our integrated report available. What we've done this year is to bring a multitude of reports together into one document that makes everything more accessible. It is published, and prominently so, on our company website. And we have also, for the key data points that we report on that shows progress against various dimensions from a sustainability perspective, we've grouped those together in an easy reference, easy to access data book that shows also performance over a period of time, so people can track. I'll ask Bharati if there's anything I haven't added to add in. The document is available, the report is available as a full PDF version to be able to download. It's extremely comprehensive and detailed, but we also have it available in a more abbreviated manner as an HTML document on the page, on the website, to identify or highlight key areas of performance.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at your, and this is why I had referred you to this, because I actually opened it up because you kept referring to it as a reference document, and I needed to understand how this reference document looks like. I noted in terms of your socioeconomic development, in terms of food and nutrition support, in 2024, you were sitting about 90,727. In 2025, there was a decline, and we're sitting at 70,935. Can
I just double check? You are talking about the
so your data sheet that's on your website.
Yes.
And the reason I'm referring to it is because you have used it as a reference document, and you speak about socioeconomic development, and you speak about food and nutrition support, and then we go here. The first one is total food hampers distributed across all food and nutrition initiatives, and in 2025, we're sitting at 70,935, yet in 2024, we're sitting at 90,723, and again in 2023. So there's a decline. If you're looking at from 2022 to 2025, there's a decline. And I needed to understand this decline.
So it would in part reflect so the way that we compose the different elements that form part of our socioeconomic development program. It would potentially, and I would need to look at the details behind it, but it's a focusing in terms of the different priorities and the many different initiatives that we support under the under our socioeconomic development program, food hampers and nutrition support is an element of the program. It is not the full entire program. What I can comment on as well is that in 2023 we had introduced a very specific program that is responsible for some of the skewing of numbers that you are seeing here. In partnership, and I have to just recall the details, in partnership with the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, we had launched a program called Isondlo, which was very much specifically looking at providing 10,000 vulnerable households with nutrition support for a period of 9 months. This was a specially designed food hamper to support families with children under the age of 5, and particularly where they are extremely vulnerable from a food security perspective. This was a very specific intervention. It was a time-based program, and that would reflect some of the numbers that you would account for some of the variance that you are seeing. So that was 10,000 families for 9 months nationally.
Do you have an analysis of this, the outcomes of this program? If we're saying 10,000 vulnerable households for a period of 9 months, where children under the age of 5 years old who are highly susceptible to malnutrition and stunting as a result, have we seen a shift or a change in that? Or alternatively, it's a program and then it ends and then we move on to the next program? Do you look at the data outcomes?
So there was a social impact piece linked to the program. I unfortunately don't have the data with me. This is a few years back. As I said, it was a very specific intervention. It was time-based with a very specific scope. We were incredibly moved by reports at the time of the state of malnutrition in the country, of stunting, in particular there was a news article around a small child that was eating sand. And in response to that, we had implemented Isondlo. I would be able to source the social impact or the impact study that was done following it, but it was for a very specific time period, very specific intervention.
I'm just going to have one last question in terms of your integrated annual report. And I've looked at it, and I congratulate how you've structured it, and have made my inputs in terms of how do we then make sure that members of the public are able to speak to it and understand it. I note that there's a shift now in terms of business and human rights, as well as guiding principles and the human rights due diligence process. Is Tiger Brands considering, in terms of its reporting, having this particular report in terms of the human rights due diligence processes in terms of what you do as Tiger Brands?
So we are currently considering all the various, there's been some shifts. My colleague Hosi is sworn in, but he leads our work stream around disclosures, all of the various frameworks that are coming into, that are being implemented, and making sure that our reporting frameworks align and that we are disclosing in line with those. Specific to the human rights or guiding rights due diligence, I don't have a clear answer, but we are certainly working through extensive work streams underway to ensure that we are speaking and that we are aligned to the latest guidelines in terms of disclosures, according to the various frameworks that give us structure in corporate governance and engagement with our stakeholders.
Thank you so much. I think I'll request written submissions in terms of how far you are with that process. Now, I just want 2 clear questions in terms of, I think Commissioner Kwinana touched on it and other evidence leaders touched on it. I just want to understand, when you're providing a hot breakfast, what does it entail? And can you please have it in writing? What does a hot breakfast look like? What does a food hamper look like? And in terms, that's for the children that you're speaking about in terms of Section 28 speaks about adequate nutrition, and I really wish that we are able to look at this basket and determine whether it is a basket that meets that definition of adequate nutrition. Again, with tertiary students, the universities, as well as the type of food we're providing to university students, it doesn't help that we provide them with baskets that are not nutritious, that are not going to assist them, simply because we are trying to basically because we're trying to look like we're doing something in terms of nutrition, the access to nutrition as well as the plates for days. I just need that, the nutrition value of these hampers and packages, just so that we understand. Because again, my concern is an average South African child, their lunch meal in terms of school equates to about 7 rand and 24 cents. So that means that the food that we ate together today during lunch, we ate more than a developing child in South Africa. So I'd really want to see how that basket looks like, and can I please have it in writing?
We would be very happy to share composition of the baskets. They are all designed. Arthur is very much involved in the process to make sure that they meet the nutrition requirements of at the various different ages.
I think from the Human Rights